All right. All right. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good evening. We're back. We return for another brand new episode. Or maybe not. Maybe this is an episode that's already aired before. I don't know yet. I'm not really sure. It all depends, I suppose. I don't have anything planned out as to really how things are going to go or what I'm going to talk about. I could just happen to talk about all of the same things that I've talked about on a previous stream in the same order. I don't know. It could happen. It's entirely possible. Maybe once we reach a certain amount of stream, as the more streams I do, the more likely it becomes. I'll have more reference points for the future. The number of 100% possibly unique streams goes down by exactly one for every single stream that I do. You ever think about that? I haven't. Anyway. Oh, I forgot to lower the volume on my end. This is going to be really loud. Ah. Aye. Do you think it would be possible to condition myself to naturally scream like "aye" or "kya" whenever something happens? That's not a very natural sound for a person to make, but I'm not exactly a person. I'm more of a character. I'm more of a concept, really. So I might be able to do it. I don't know. Anyway, hi, hello. How's everybody doing? What up, Stone? What up, Grinner? What up, Miko? How's it going? And Picture. What up, Picture? How's it going? Pen you've had since the 6th of September 2020. That is, I can't believe you remember the date that you bought the pen. Hmm. I've been filling up, I've been filling up a lot of my notes lately. Taking a lot more notes lately. It feels good. You're not a robot? Okay, I believe it. That I used. No, it wasn't. Shut up. I don't believe you. I don't believe that. That's not true. Oh, okay. I don't ever date anything. I don't date any of my notes. I should maybe start doing that. I don't know. It's actually no, I'm not gonna start doing that. That was the thought that I know is not gonna actualize into reality. You're going to a protest tomorrow? You're kind of pissed and fired up. What are you going to protest? Do you think ICE is not killing enough people? Is that what you're going to protest? Do you think they should be putting up better numbers? You think more people should be dying? That's kind of a fucked up thing to be protesting, I'm gonna be honest. I can't believe you would do that. What am I paying you guys for? These numbers are pathetic. I need more of the citizenry to be executed. This is what my tax dollars are going to? You're in the midst of asset hunting, I see. What is dated? Oh, I see. I didn't read the URL. I actually didn't know what it was gonna be. I have to believe it, otherwise I get sad. All right, fine. I'll believe it, but I won't be happy about it. I'll pout about it. How about that? I'll believe it in a very pouty way. You're only quasi-present for the stream because you're gonna try a single round of Deadlock after several months. Oh, I didn't know you played, Minty. An old medical gurney. Ooh, that's right. I forgot that these Homestuck and Homestuck adjacent things require a lot of photo bashing, which is not something I've ever done, but it seems like an interesting. It seems like a good aesthetic. It seems like a good aesthetic for, you know, something. I don't know. Might be good for like making a game, you know, like just finding assets and stitching them together, or editing them a little bit to bang something out quickly. Might be cool. 3 million RuneScape gold? Is that even a lot? I have no idea how much that is. That'll just make me cuter. We can't start. We've been over this. You can't start this. You gotta ease into it over the course of the stream. We can't start with this. We don't do photo bashing here. We only do streamer bashing. I guess. I don't know. It doesn't really seem like that happens a lot around here. There's less bashing than you'd expect. For what a contemptible wretch I am. You'd expect there'd be more of that, but I do the most streamer bashing out of anybody. Damn, you found your old Game Boy Color? That's awesome. I don't think I ever had a Game Boy Color. I think the first one I had was a Game Boy Advance. I think I skipped Game Boy Color. I had Game Boy Color games for the Game Boy Advance, but I think the first Game Boy I had was a Game Boy Advance. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, what about the faces? I don't know. This one's a little more difficult. I don't think any of these are really jumping out to me like they usually do. I feel like usually I can pick one pretty quickly, but for some reason this one's not really. I don't know. I think it's tied between the top, the two last ones in the top row. The two furthest to the right in the top row. I don't know if I can I don't know if I can decide between them. This might be a tie. This might be a photo finish. We're gonna have to consult the experts. Someone's gonna have to watch the footage over. Who do they consult when it's a photo finish? Who do they send the photo to? What panel of experts do they refer to? What are they called? The council? The high council? I don't know. Skipped advanced and went to used SP many years after the color. I don't think I ever had an SP. I think I skipped the SP and went straight to the DS. Yeah, the 3DS/DS is the best handheld by far. The DS library is incredible. Doesn't get enough credit. I had like this dinky little light thing that I had attached, that you could attach to the Game Boy Advance to light it up because it didn't have a backlit screen. I remember that being under at my side table playing underneath a lamp because there's no backlight on the Game Boy Advance. What a time. What a time to probably cause permanent damage to my spinal cord. To probably fuck up my vertebrae at least a little bit for the rest of my life. Am I lagging or you? It's probably you. Yeah, everything looks fine on my end. I don't got any dropped frames or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know if this makes it any more clear. I don't know if this makes it any more clear. I don't know. I kind of have to now. I have to give a little bit more credit to the first person in the third row. Are they in the same order? They are. They got the James Sunderland fit, so. Actually, no. I think I got to give it to the person bottom. Find the last person in the bottom row. With I like that tracksuit. I got to give it to them for their fashion sense. That's my final answer. There will be no more. There will be no more deliberation upon this topic. Cherry pie, yes. Cherry pie. What up, Phineas? Do I have anything I want to talk about? I feel like I've just been rambling about nothing. I don't really know. I don't think I do have anything I want to talk about, really. At least not before we start the at least not before we start the festivities. What did we do last night? We played Ape Escape. I'm really liking that game. It's very fun. I'm having, I don't know, now that I have to go for all the monkeys. I have a little bit of an issue with the way it's like structured, but I don't know. It's okay. It's not a big deal, but I think it could be, I think it could have been done a little bit better. It also feels, I don't know, the game doesn't really have much of a, it feels like it doesn't have a very solid arc to it. Like, it feels like it kind of just like, I don't know. It doesn't really feel like it's building up to anything. And then you kind of have like the false ending. I think it's weird that you have to beat the game in order to get all the monkeys, but you need to get all the monkeys to like actually get an end. Like if you beat the game, if you beat the boss without having all the monkeys, then the game kind of just doesn't end, but you have to do that before you can get all the monkeys. Like, I don't understand why they like, why didn't they just make it so that in order to access the final level you have to get all the monkeys, and then they just don't have like that weird fake out non-ending. I don't know, it's very, I don't know why they did it like that. It's weird. Oh, I see. Okay. How can a chair be both chair and... Okay, I think... All right. I'm gonna give like a C minus for effort on that one. That one gets like a C minus for effort. Technically passing, but not by much. I mean, I don't think it's not playtime. Like, I don't have an issue with you having to get all the monkeys to get the true ending or whatever, or to get to the true final boss. That's fine. I don't really care about that. That makes sense. I just think it's weird that you have to get you have to get the not an ending for, like, I don't understand why they didn't just make it so, I don't know, like the second to last level you get the final gadget and then you can go back and get all of them. and then and then do the final boss. I don't understand why you have to see the credits for. I don't know. It's just weird. I guess I'm trying to say I would have liked it if they just gave you the chance to get all the monkeys and then do it all in one go without having to like be faked out like that. It's just strange. It feels like it's kind of, I don't know, it's just not very satisfying for the people who wanted to get all the monkeys anyway. Like if you didn't want to get all of them and then you find out that you have to, you're like, all right, I guess I'll go back. But if you were going to get all of them anyway, or if you wanted to get all of them anyway, then you're like, I was going to do that anyway, video game. Like, why didn't you just let me do it? Maybe the fake out was the friends we made along the way. I don't know. I don't think we made any friends along the way. The monkeys don't seem to like us, and neither does anybody we work with, so. The only more enemies. We've only encountered more foes. We didn't make any friends along the way, just adversaries. Yeah, I guess I'm just more of I like the idea like if there's optional things to get or like if you can go for I like the idea of being able to get 100% on your first go through if you so desire, you know? I feel like that makes sense. I only really like having to go back or like multiple playthroughs to get everything if like, you know, if like the second playthrough is like substantially different from the first one, or like if it changes a lot of stuff, or it gives you like something entirely new to do, or like new levels, or you know, something like that. If it's just going back to the same levels you already did and they're or going back to the same places you already were and they're not any different, that's always a little it's always a little disappointing. It always feels a little bit like I don't know, like a missed opportunity. Yeah, I guess it's more just like I don't know. I feel like it kind of is. I feel like when you do it like the way Ape Escape does it, it makes it worse for both types of players. Because it's like the people who didn't want to get all the monkeys or get 100%, um, well now they have to if they want to get the actual ending, which is very unsatisfying. Um, and the people who did want to get 100% are forced to beat the game without getting everything, and then they're like, well I wanted, and then they're told they have to go back and get 100%, and it's like, well I wanted to but you just wouldn't let me, you know. I feel like it's kind of a little bit unsatisfying for both types of people. All right, good night, Miko. Get some good rest. I was thinking of doing the sleepover stream for my birthday, but I don't think I really want to do that. It would take too much planning, and I'm too burnt. I'm too burnt out. What was I gonna listen to? I know I had an idea of what I wanted to listen to. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm okay with hold on, let me get to the drawing before we do this. Before I just keep yammering forever. I got to remember to actually get to the artwork at the beginning. Like I can't I'm just going to be talking about random shit the whole time. So I don't need to like, you know what I'm trying to say. My brain is goop. I'm all gooped up. I'm sorry. Is this the right screen? This is the right screen. There you go. We're gonna be working on a cozy little Alchemilia background for unnamed things that I'm working on. For unnamed projects. I'm chilling out in my little cabin. I gotta add more like stuff on the walls and like maybe some more cabinets or things over here, but this is the basic idea. I got my little cherry pie. I got my little mug of tea. I got my fire. I'm nice and cozy. Oh yeah, we do. I guess I do have to put a little Scribamilia somewhere. I don't know. Maybe she can be on top of the bookshelf. I'm not sure. No, she's not in the fire. Maybe in the window. I don't know. I gotta think about that, I guess. She is the fire. Oh no. I think we're gonna be using this. Oh, that's huge. What was I last doing with this? I think we're gonna be using this this brush again. This is the same one I used for the rose image. I like it a lot. It has a very nice little like, I don't know. It feels cozy to me as a brush. I want to make my. I want to preserve the nose point. Hold on, can I like? I think I need to adjust my settings a little bit. But yeah, I don't really have a problem with like true endings or like that kind of thing. But I do think that you have to make it so that like you need to make it so that if there's going to be multiple endings, they should all be like satisfying in their own way, you know? It shouldn't just be like, if you don't get the best ending, then like all the other endings suck or whatever, you know? Or if you don't get the true ending. And it really depends on like what type of game it is, you know? Like, if you can make it feel like a natural part of the game, or like you can make it really feel like you've earned it. Like don't just make the end like don't just make the best ending like some arbitrary condition that you have to fill. Like make it very, it needs to like make sense and feel like, oh yeah, I get it. Or like You got to make sure you hint to the player that something like that is even possible. Don't just make it some arbitrary thing that you gotta do. I'm probably not making any sense. I'm like, I don't know. I'm having difficulty. I feel like I was having difficulty yesterday too. I'm still kind of having difficulty. I'm not very coherent. I don't know why. I'm having a lot of trouble talking and formulating my thoughts. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted tonight. This is probably what I would be listening to in this scene. Actually, I should do that. I should put like a record player or something, like a big old-timey gramophone over here. No, maybe just like some speakers or something. That would make sense. And then maybe like a little just like a little cabinet or something over here. You're not really going to be able to see it, so it doesn't have to be too important. Or maybe like some shelves. You'd be able to see that. Maybe like a little cabinet with some shelves underneath it. That would be nice. I feel like my hair changes every single time I draw myself lately, but it's fine. It kind of works that way in real life. I don't really style it, so I don't really have much style in real life in general, I don't think. I have no style, I have no grace. I don't know if I have a funny face though. I'd like to think I don't, but maybe I do. Do I want these to be? I guess I want the arms of the chair to be over the hair, right? That would make sense. You'd probably still be able to. I didn't spend too much time on this trying to get the perspective totally right. So it's probably a little wacky, but that's fine. I didn't want to spend too much time on this sketch. I just wanted to get it quickly ready for the stream. I just wanted to prepare something real quick. I don't know, it might be more of a quiet stream tonight. It might be more of a sleepy stream, I don't know. I'm not really sure how I'm feeling. As per usual, I don't really know. I don't really know what's going on. A snack and soda, that sounds good. A little snack break. Some more delicious Dr. Topper. It may be the first time anybody's ever said that. Almost certainly the first time anybody's ever written it. I sure could go for some Dr. Topper right now. Yeah, I gotta figure out. I have to, like, I don't know. I have to develop new glasses wearing technique. These, like, kind of bother me when I'm wearing my studio headphones, my headcrones at my computer. Yeah, oh, it will come down much farther than that, actually. If it was gonna be in line with... Well, I guess it is kind of at an angle. I don't know, it really doesn't matter. Nothing matters. When you really think about it. I like my headphones a lot. These are like some of the best headphones I've ever owned. The headphones themselves are perfect. It's just the way that they interact with my new glasses that I don't necessarily like. Yeah, mine are very comfortable. I've had them for a while too. I think it's because they're open back headphones, which I think helps. I don't really know. I guess I like over. I don't really know what the difference between on ear and over ear is, to be perfectly honest with you. I gotta look at a picture. Oh yeah, yeah. These are yeah. I like over ear, not on ear. And And I can't do earbuds at all. I've never liked earbuds, and I can never get them to actually stay in my ears. I don't know if it's like a skill issue or what, but I could never do that. I don't know what I'm doing with the armrests on this rocking chair. I guess it's not a rock. I mean, it could be a rocking chair. I don't know. You know what? I've decided it is a rocking chair. That's the most. That would be the most comfortable. That would be most comfy. If chairs were evil, would they be called harm rests? I mean, I think they would probably just be. They probably wouldn't be there. I don't know. Or they'd be covered in spikes. I think it's probably the rest part that's the issue, not the arm part that would change. I think that's probably what would be different. Instead of arm rests, they'd be arm harmers. I don't know. Okay, there we go. This makes a little bit more sense, I think. It's like attached to the back of the chair. Yeah, yeah. Something like that. Chairs are evil in wrestling? I don't think it's the chair's fault. I would say the chair is the neutral party. Yeah, exactly. They're just playing a character. See, that's not a good sign when the chat is having better jokes than I have. When I'm not getting when there's nothing funny coming to mind. I guess this isn't going to be a funny stream. This is going to be more of a chill one. Because as we all know, there's nothing chill about being funny. Yeah, speaking of wrestling, They showed the trailer, the Street Fighter 6 trailer for Alex came out. I'm actually very excited. He looks kind of sick. I know that I always say I'm gonna actually get back into fighting games when X, Y, or Z happens. I think I might actually do it for real this time when Alex comes out. It looks like they finally did my boy justice. Damn, that looks pretty cozy right there, I gotta say. I'm liking how this is coming out so far. The only person you saw, he looks cool. They're disappointed. Yeah, he doesn't have charge inputs anymore, which is like, I don't know. I don't really care about that. I don't really like charge characters anyway. And also, like, Alex has not had like a functional kit since his inception. Like, his charge inputs are from Street Fighter 3, and he's really bad in Street Fighter 3. So, that's what it takes to make him a better character. Then sure, go for it. His kit definitely seems very different than it used to be, but also his kit was shitty before, so, like, that's fine. I don't really care about that. He's sort of like a stance character now, which is a little weird, but again, he looks a lot better, so I can't really complain. We'll see how it goes. And they definitely buffed his accent. His accent is even thicker and more ridiculous than it used to be, which is awesome. Hey, he also has a really cool he also has a really cool mechanic that I like where some of his moves get stronger on counter hit or punish counter, but they get a completely new animation, which is awesome. Like, it changes the properties of the move and they get a completely new animation, which is really cool. The only thing I'm a little bit disappointed about is that he doesn't seem to have any sort of like dedicated stun mechanic, which is a little disappointing. I was hoping they would do something like that because like stun was like a big part of Street Fighter 3, and he was a character who was very he was very stun heavy. A lot of his moves did a lot of stun, and you could get a stun very easily as him. So I was hoping they would try to bring that back in some fashion, despite the fact that Street Fighter 6 doesn't really have stun that works the same way, but it doesn't seem like they did. Whose accent? Alex in Street Fighter 6. He sounds even more New York than he used to. One complaint about the image: the floor is patterned in a way that makes it a pain to bucket tool. I see. What are you using GIMP? I don't remember. I don't remember what program you're using. Because at least in Clip Studio, you have actually a lot of options with the bucket tool, which I think is kind of cool. You can like adjust it very finely, which I like. Actually, I am gonna add a little hump here for the feetsies. Yeah, I haven't used Photoshop in a very long time. I pretty much just use Clip Studio for any image editing that I need to do now. Now that I know how to use it and own it. Ever since my previous pirated version of Photoshop stopped working years ago. I don't remember what I did, but I fucked it up somehow. I didn't feel like re-downloading it. Oh yeah, the ears. I gotta do the ears. And don't worry, I didn't forget about the glasses. I know I have to do the glasses still. I just didn't sketch them out. I know that I still have to do that. Hey yo, it's me, Chun-Li. Alchemelenom. That's a good one. Yeah, Alex, guy who fights in the streets. Although I guess now he's a professional wrestler, so he's got that going. Now he's like a thing. Now he's got like a thing as opposed to just being like a guy. Now he's edgy and mean. He's always been my favorite Street Fighter character, though. I've always been a big Alex fan. And now that Alex is back, I just gotta wait for my other favorite character to return. Now I just have to not favorite, but the other character that I want to get added. We just gotta wait for Hakan to come back. Any day now. Surely he'll be in season 4. I think I gotta actually like, see what these look like on their own without all the other lines in the background. I think Joe's gonna be. I think Joe's relegated to World Tour cameo. I don't think he's ever gonna get a proper spot, unfortunately. Who do I want to come back? I definitely want to see Dudley again. I definitely want to see Dudley again. I'd like to see another iteration of Q or G. I think Menat should. I think all of the newcomers from Street Fighter V should come back in a better game. I want to see Menat again. I want to see Zeku again. I think Zeku is a really cool concept for a character that they never got back. That they should iterate on. Um, I definitely want to see. Fuck, I had somebody. Who's I gonna say? I don't know. Ooh, a grown-up Ibuki would be cool. They already have Kimberly as the Ibuki function, but a grown-up or an older Ibuki with a new moveset would be cool. Yeah, I think Mike is in the same tier as well. I'd like to see Birdie come back. I liked Birdie. I thought he was fun to play in Street Fighter. That was my original main. Oh yeah, any of the Final Fight characters I definitely want to see come back. Hagar actually being in a Street Fighter game would be cool. Cody coming back would be cool. Cody's also one of my favorite characters, just from like a personality and uh like design perspective. I've always thought Cody was really cool. I never really played him that much, but oh shit, they unkilled Geki. Damn. I don't know if I even know who Geki is. I don't really know any of the Street Fighter 1 characters. I'm gonna have to see the ugly ass art from like the. Oh no, he didn't get like an ugly art update from the Street Fighter compend, like whatever the fuck that was. Geki's successor got one. Okay. Oh, I see. I see what it. Yeah, Geki's like a title. I was about to say he's like a Vega precursor. Seeing Vega come back would be cool. I kind of just want to see all the characters come back to see what they do with them because I think all the characters like at least design and like animation wise look a lot better in um Street Fighter 6. I still don't really like the graphics overall, but I think that the character designs and the animations at least are way better than 5. Oh yeah, I want to see Sodom come back. Sodom's always been a very funny character to me. I've never played the Alpha series, but I'd like to see Sodom come back. And I hope they add Jean from God Hand. And that's my final say. And I hope Jean becomes a playable character. Now that they've now that they've brought back Clover as Clovers, I hope they add Jean to Street Fighter. Yeah, I don't think she's getting added. Maybe. Maybe one day when we make our game, the Spirit Quest Smackdown, we can get we can ask for guest characters. I was about to say I was trying to think about what her moveset would be. Her moveset could be like Jill Valentine from Marvel vs. Capcom, but expanded upon. Some of Jill's moves in like Marvel vs. Capcom are like a zombie dog like attacks her and she dodges it, and then like it goes and hits the opponent, or like a zombie comes, she like looks behind her all surprised, and like a zombie comes after her, and then the zombie like goes after the opponent. Like it could be stuff like that where it's like all of, she could be like an assist, she could be like an assist face character where all the different killers try to kill her. And you could also, she could have an install where she actually gets possessed by the killer and she takes out a knife and gets moves herself. Because that's like sort of a plot line in the game that doesn't really come to fruition. Is she gets like possessed by the killer. So that could be like an install. That could be, yeah, that could be it. I was gonna say I'm not really sure what her moveset would be, but we thought of that pretty quickly. We figured it out. There's something to that idea. I was about to say that is a little weird that they brought Geki back even though we've never seen either of them. I mean, I guess we've seen the successor, but not really. We've literally seen him. Man, I don't understand what happened with the artwork in Street Fighter V. He uses the ninjato. He uses the ninja sword, except for the one time that we actually see him fighting, in which case he doesn't use that. What happened with the artwork in Street Fighter V? Why was it so bad? Why was Street Fighter V like so cheap? I don't what was going on? What was going on over there at Capcom? Were they really in that rough shape at that time? I guess they must have been if even Street Fighter was getting shafted like that. They're still making Beyond Good and Evil 2? I don't believe that. I think they're lying when they say that. I think that's what's known as a lie. I think they said they're still making it. I don't think they're actually doing that. I think that's what we in the industry like to call lying. They had to replace the game director because the last one died? Oh, that's not good. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't make jokes about people dying. I'm not gonna do that. That would be in poor taste. It's not really about the, it's whatever. It's not really about the guy dying. Hey, what up, Faraday? Claiming to do something is just as good as telling the truth? I mean, I guess it depends on what it is. Making Beyond Good and Evil 2, I think lying and saying that you're making it is probably the same as actually making it. I don't know if there's actually a difference there. In that case, maybe. I mean, like, saying that you made sure to get all of the meds properly distributed to the patients, like, in the cancer ward is like... I think saying you did that is probably, you know, not as good as actually doing it. I think saying you did that and not doing it is probably a bad thing. You know, I think it depends on what we're talking about. There's a lot of, it's a spectrum, I would say. They put Retsu in? Why did they give him bling? I don't know, because they had that asset made, I suppose. Because they thought it would be funny, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. This is a real thought-provoking stream. I'm happy I could elucidate that for you. I could really broaden your perspective. That's what the stream is for. Introducing bold new concepts to the discourse, like maybe lying is actually bad. Maybe you actually shouldn't do that. I don't know. Are they nerfed? Let me see. Let me compare. Oh yeah, they are nerfed. They definitely are. I think they kind of like, okay, we're gonna have to do some we're gonna do some investigation as soon as I figure out I think I just noticed something about this. I think this is my worrying and unnecessary attention to detail when it comes to random shit in video games. I think I may have just noticed something about what they did. Which again is not very, it's not going to be very flattering for Street Fighter 5, but damn, I really don't know what I want to listen to. This is a big problem for me all the time. This is a big problem for me all the time, forever. Only when I'm streaming, though. I have no idea who Fair Libra is. You listen to sure, but Doctor, I am Pagliacci. Well, I don't know if that would really be appropriate for stream. That doesn't really help me. She's one of the girls from 3 with the signs? Oh my god. Where is she? I don't think I know where this character is. I don't remember seeing that. Oh, it's been a while since we could do some of this. We could do some Overmono. Overmono? I don't know why I said that like that. I don't know why I said that like that. I don't know why I can't talk ever for any reason. I don't know why I don't know how to talk ever in any circumstance. I should probably figure that out. Sending a screenshot? Damn. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Probably nothing important. Oh yeah, the Retsu thing. Hold on, check this out. Am I crazy? So we look at his eyebrows here. They're obviously very thick, and they sort of do this little bird wing thing at the end. We look at his eyebrows here. His eyebrows are normal, but then you can see the little bird wing things like this. I think the bird wing things are just like a flat texture on his head to give the illusion that his eyebrows are thicker. I think this is probably made in like some custom character creator engine thing that they have. They couldn't actually make his eyebrows thicker, and they didn't want to like make a custom asset. So I think that they just put regular eyebrows and then like edited his face texture to have the little wing things on here. Cause like look at how they don't like actually go off of his head. It's like stuck to his head. I think that's what it is. I don't think they actually wanted to make thick eyebrows, so they just fucked with the texture a little bit and were like, that's good enough. And then they gave him a sick watch. And I guess cut off all of his fingers. And I guess gave him a nub hand. I guess that's what they did. How the fuck is a person supposed to have played Deadlock? How did the match go, Minty? Did it go well? Did you win? Oh wow, a video. That's better than a screenshot. That's like a bunch of screenshots. You know what? I forgot how much I like this album. It's really good. One kill, 11 deaths, 5 assists, 6.5k player damage. Those are the least. See, this is how I know that you don't know what you're doing. Those are the least important stats. You failed to address the two most important stats. What was your net worth and how much objective damage did you do? None of those stats are important. You don't need to be worrying about those. Those are all irrelevant stats. Oh, is the new one lane teamfight bonanza mode? Oh, okay. Well, that mode's kind of insane. I don't know if that mode is actually good for learning the game. That mode's really fucking... Oh my god! Oh, right. I forgot about World Tour. I completely forgot World Tour is in the game. Now it makes so much more sense. I would argue it's not a good mode for learning the game because it's so chaotic and it's so different from like what a normal match is like. I don't think it actually is good for learning the game because it doesn't work anything like a normal match. I think you can kind of only really play it once you already know how to play the game. It's way too fast-paced for you to actually like analyze and internalize like what's going on. I think it's far too chaotic in order for you to actually like figure anything out. I haven't played it very much, but that's definitely the that's definitely the impression that I got. I'm enjoying how this is turning out. I don't know. I might isolate this Millie and use it for something. I don't know. That's a very cozy looking Alchemilia right there, I gotta say. I looked at the thumbnail. I didn't actually watch the video. I just looked at the thumbnail and that was enough. That was enough. Yeah, based on my impressions of Street Brawl, it seems more like it seems like a good warm-up mode for like if you want to like just get your hands warm before you play an actual match, but I don't know if it's actually good for learning anything. People say the same thing about like turbo mode in Dota, where it's like a faster paced mode than like a regular match, and I kind of disagree. I feel like making the match go faster isn't more conducive to learning. At least in my opinion. I think really the reason people say that is that like playing a potentially 40-minute match of a game that you're gonna lose because you're bad is like daunting. So they're like, oh, just play the lower stakes mode that goes by quicker. But it's like, I don't think you're actually learning anything by doing that. I mean, yeah, this is technically better. I don't understand what they were doing with this. I don't know. It's really just not my thing. Like, I guess it's not like it's not horrible artwork, but it isn't very good. I don't know. It's just got like no style to it, I guess. It feels like just very it feels like concept, like very basic first draft concept art. I mean, that one looks better. I don't really know what it was made for, but it looks better at least. Besides the hat and the shirt are incredibly. The hat is very very plain. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be critiquing other people's artwork. That's probably the last thing I should be doing. I mean, I guess the last thing I should probably be doing is speaking or being seen anywhere, but I do that anyway, so I don't know. I think maybe the last thing I should be doing is talking at all, or voicing any opinions, or being seen. So it might be too late for that. Oh, Reef is high as fuck, dude. Rifa, that's what. Why do you think they call her Rifa? She just smoked the fattest bowl of that V Trigger Kush. That Satsui no Hado pack. I don't know what's going on with this one, so we'll just stop. I don't really know what's going on with this rose over here, so we'll just stop looking at it and pretend that it's not there. We'll just pretend that that one's not there, and we'll move on to the next one. We will stop worrying about it. This is taking a while. This gurney cutting is a very intensive process. Maybe photo batching isn't that fast. Man, now I'm just thinking about Deadlock. I really want to play more of it. It's so fun. I don't know. I kind of like that it's so absurdly complicated and difficult. I think that's kind of what makes it enjoyable to me. I kind of like that. I like playing a game that's like takes a really long time to learn and is very complicated. I don't know. Maybe I'm just sick. Maybe I'm just a sicko, but it's just very high res. Oh yeah, Effie. Oh yeah, I hope Necro comes back. Just to see what they would do with him. He's a really cool character. I really want Necro to come back just so that we can see what they would do with him. Oh. How was that one? How was that noise? Was that a cute noise? Does that one count? This would kind of make a good VRV screen too. I can use this for a VRV screen. Speaking of, I think I am gonna get up and take a quick little break. It does? I don't believe it. I was joking. You can say no, by the way, when I ask questions like that. You can say no. I won't be offended. I want you to be honest. Oh, okay. I'm just making sure. What if they said married Necro in the role Effie had with her being the fighter? I mean, I don't think Effie has the same abilities that Necro does, so I would be rather disappointed if they did that. If they brought back Effie and for some reason gave her the same abilities and moveset kind of thing that Necro has, then I guess it would be fine, but if they decide to bring back Effie and not Necro and she's just like a normal person, I think that would kind of defeat the purpose, if I'm being honest. I got nothing against Effie, but unless she can suddenly stretch her, she becomes a genetic freak as well, a genetic experiment that was tinkered with by the Illuminati and has stretchy limbs and electric powers. Common misconception, Stone. Necro plays nothing like Dalsum. Common misconception. Necro does not play like Dalsum at all. People think that because they have the stretchy limbs, but they have very different play styles and sort of kits. They don't really play the same. They're very different. They're similar on a very service level, but they play very differently. And again, they could always do more to differentiate Necro from Dalsum if they really wanted to. I know, it's not really a I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe they think that, but I hope they would know. I feel like they would know their own game better, but maybe not. I'm not sure. Anyway, I do actually have to get up now. I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll just let the music keep rocking. But yeah, I'll be back in a few. Alright. Alright. I'm back. That was a bit of a longer break, I apologize. I'm sorry. You were deprived of entertainment for so long. Assuming this is I guess that's a bold assumption for me to make. That this is entertaining. That this qualifies as entertainment. But, you know. You were deprived of noise that is. You were deprived of speaking noise that isn't music. I guess maybe you weren't really deprived of anything now that I think about it. Maybe it was a boon, if anything. Effie was considered to become a playable character. She was rejected due to being difficult. I mean, I could see that. They might have tried. It seems like they tried to just put her in because she was a character that existed, but she doesn't really have anything. There's nothing really exciting about her as a character, like a playable character, you know? Like, she doesn't really do anything, so. They basically just have to come up with a completely new character and then be like, yeah, this is Effie could do that actually the whole time. You just didn't know that. It's been a lot of Street Fighter talk tonight. And Deadlock, I guess. Oh yeah. Other character I hope gets added to Street Fighter at some point. I hope we get Ashura from Ashura's Wrath. I don't know if he really fits in with the general power level of Street Fighter, but I still would like to see that because I think it would be funny. I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. I just mean like when you try to make Effie a character, you're basically creating a new character because we know so little about her. Like that's more what I meant. Is like it's not like there's like an easy design to go for with Effie. You're basically just creating a new character. I'm quite enjoying working on this. This has been a fun one so far. I like doing stuff in this style. In this softer, more cutesy style. I do feel kind of like, I don't know. I do feel a little bit weird about it in the sense that it's like, I still don't really know exactly what my, it's like this one where it sort of, yeah, what my aesthetic is, you know? Like, it feels a bit weird to be like, have both super hardcore, explicit imagery and stuff like that I make, and then also be working on things like this. Like, I don't know. It feels a bit weird to be sort of making both about the same character who is me, essentially. I gotta concentrate on. Hold on. I'm like really trying to make this look at least somewhat good. Give me a second here. I can't be entertaining thoughts like that while I'm trying to do things like this. Yes, I do know Poison's less famous associate Roxy. I am familiar. I do know Poison, but Orange. I am aware of that. I think I know about that because of how stupid it is. It's like, I think it's like some of Hugo's some of Hugo's alternate colors in Street Fighter 3 would also change Poison's colors, and they were like, yeah, that's actually a different character. Which again might be a reference to Final Fight. I don't know if it was like that in Final Fight, but oh my god. World Tour was a mistake. I mean, I guess giving Street Fighter 6 a more realistic art style was, I guess the RE engine was a mistake. It's really what I meant. Yeah, that makes yeah, because that's more widely applicable. The RE engine was a mistake, I think. Yeah, so I looked at Roxy. I did look at Roxy. You know, I used to think that I didn't really like drawing environments or like areas or like, you know, locations or whatever. I think I do. I think I think I just am not I think I'm not very good at it, which is why I don't want to do it. But I think I actually do enjoy doing it. Thoughts? I believe my ultimate conclusion was that the RE engine was a mistake. I had to sort of work through that a little. I had to sort of work through that a little bit. I had to talk myself through my thoughts, but I think my ultimate conclusion was that the RE engine was a mistake. Ooh, I don't know. The opening of the song just kind of, I don't know, it got me into a state. It altered my vibrational frequency a little bit, I think. I'm very focused on drawing this table right now. What time? How long have we been going? I was gonna say, what time is it? I was gonna say, I don't know if I want this one to go on for too long, but I'm feeling pretty good tonight. I don't know why, but after the stream last night, I felt like extremely drained. I don't know why. I was like wiped out. I don't really know why. So I thought maybe I wouldn't really be able to do I wouldn't be able to, or I wouldn't want to stream very long tonight, but I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good right now, so maybe. I'm feeling very relaxed. I think the image is already having the intended effect, even though it's not done yet. I think it's already kind of helping me relax. I gotta remember to make the fire its own layer because it's probably going to be animated. And I think I'm probably going to animate some rain coming through the window. Not that it will be like devastating if I mess up but I just need to remember that that needs to go on. I'm sure I will. It feels pretty obvious. Oh yeah, this is the best song in the album by far. I think I'm gonna turn off. I'm just gonna rock out for a little bit. I'm just gonna jam out for a little bit. Oh yeah. I definitely need to invest in that 3D model. You gotta be able to see me bopping around and doing all my stupid shit that I did. I don't know if I actually want that though, because I'm so used to you not being able to see me. I'm sure I would do a bunch of embarrassing shit. I'm sure I would do a bunch of embarrassing shit that people would point out, but I think it would be a great boon for the stream overall. Oh yeah. Or an inverse bait and switch cutesy horror game. I kind of had an idea like that. I've talked about that on the stream before. I guess it's not really a bait and switch, but my idea was it was Silent Hill meets Animal Crossing. where you enter into Silent Hill-esque Nightmare Town where everybody is monsters and it's all evil and fucked up and made of flesh and shit. But the actual game is just Animal Crossing where you hang out and you talk to them and you make friends with everybody and you like do little errands and you become friends with all the evil monsters because they're not actually evil. I guess it wouldn't really be a bait and switch because it wouldn't like trick you into thinking other, like it would just be your own expectations. But it was kind of born from the same idea where it's like instead of taking something cutesy and nice and making it secretly evil and fucked up, you take something evil and fucked up and you make it secretly cutesy and nice. Which is whatchamacallit. I think my least favorite trope of all time now, I think that's the cutesy, innocent looking thing that's actually super evil and fucked up is like my least favorite thing of all time. I kind of fucking hate it. Anytime I see anything like that, I just don't even bother with it. It's like gotten to the point where it's like it's just the default now. It's like not subversive or interesting anymore. It's become so pervasive that it's not even like like the whole idea was that it was trying to trick you or like that it was trying to be subversive or like, whoa, look at this. But now if 90% of things are that, then it doesn't work anymore. Market saturation. Complete global saturation. Yeah, the only actually evil monster is the Nook analog. And even then, he's evil in a very mundane way. He's not supernaturally evil, he's just greedy. He's not so much evil as he is just, like, not very nice. Alright, now we gotta draw this piece of pie. We gotta pay special attention to this piece of pie. I didn't draw it very detailed in the sketch, but I do want to make it very detailed in the actual drawing. I really could go for some cherry pie, by the way. That's not, the title is not clickbait. The title is real. That's not a clickbait title. Like, yeah, the cutesy horror thing is like, it's become so pervasive that it's like, I can just sight read it now. Like, I can see something that I know absolutely nothing about, and I'll be like, is this gonna be some sort of secret horror thing? And like actually, I think 100% of the time I'm correct. I don't think it's even 90% of the time. I think I'm just always right. It's become that obvious. This is another really good song. I think I like So You Know better, but this is another really good one. So we're gonna keep the volume high. Remind me to lower the volume after this one, though, because I will forget to do that. I do kind of want to have, like, the sort of lattice that you see on pie crust sometimes, but I think that's probably going to be way too... That's going to be way too much to actually do that. That's too detailed, I think. We'll just give it some, like, some, like, steam slit. some ventilation. I need to practice drawing environments / landscapes, and I need to practice drawing food. That's going to be very important. One of the goals for our games is for them all to have cooking in them. In some form. So I'm going to need to learn how to draw food real good. That's going to be very important. I also kind of want to put like a little design or something on this plate, but again, that's probably way too much. Yeah, this little synth line that comes in at the very end is so good. It really brings it all home. Mm. Anyway. I think that's what I've learned about myself. I think that's real character development right there. I used to think that I was dark and edgy and really emo, and I had to look scary. But I think my real aesthetic is cottagecore. I think that's really more what I vibe with on like a personal level. I think that's really more my my vibe. At least, you know, in my home. If I did have a little cottage like this, I mean, I would want like a little cottage to live in with like a bunch of cute furniture and plates with like paintings with birds and flowers on them and like a little plant, all wood and brick and things like that. I think really that's my aesthetic. And a big comfy sweater. My big dumb glasses. I think that's kind of the style that I have to lean into going forward. I think that's more true to life. I think deep down in my guts, I'm a doomer. But I think even deeper downer in my guts, I'm a little old lady. I think I'm a grandma. I kind of did that with the previous winter outfit with the orange sweater. I think we got to bring something like that back. I don't know. I think that's probably more my style. But again, I don't know. Is that correct? Is it, does that portray the proper image? I don't know. Which of these three is most horrific? Monster that does untold harm, but it's just an animal. No emotion or malice to the actions. Monster that understands the harm it does and revels in it. Or monster that believes through its own utterly alien worldview its harm is helping. I think probably the first one. I think it probably goes in descending order of scariness to me. I think something that just its mere existence causes pain and suffering to the world around it, I think is scarier than anything that sort of does it consciously. I guess maybe like it depends on the level of harm, because it's like a monster that does untold harm but is just an animal probably wouldn't be like torturing people, you know? But like you need like some level of cognizance or like cruelty to be able to do something like that, which I guess is a little bit, I guess it depends on what the nature of the harm is, I guess, if that makes any sense. I think it needs to be a little bit more specific, otherwise I don't know if I can answer. Otherwise I think it might change my answer. I guess I did already answer, but I guess it kind of like changes my answer. Like at a base level, I think something that is inflicting harm in that way without realize or without any sort of ulterior motive or any sort of like it's just its natural state is the scariest. But something with at least some level of cognizance or cognizance of its actions, I suppose, is capable of inducing greater harm. You know, at least intuitively. I mean, I guess if you came up with some like weirdly specific scenario or some weirdly specific thing, uh, that is like torturing people as just a natural consequence of it existing, then see that's what it's. I don't know. It's a very complicated question, I suppose. There's a lot of factors that could change my answer. I have to figure out how to draw body bags in this style. Oh, I mean, it shouldn't be too hard. It shouldn't be that bad. Just draw a bag over a body for like a general idea. The name of the song is Lunar Tear, which is either a Nier reference or a very coincidental thing that also exists in Nier, which we gotta play Nier at some point. That game is like amazing. Nier is kind of like Drakengard if it was better, but also still not very good. Nier is like it's like Drakengard if it was better in all the ways that count, but also still bad in every other way. Drakengard kind of presents you with a miserable world and characters that you kind of don't care about who are all awful people, and it just makes you feel bad. Nier presents you with a miserable world and characters that suck, and it makes you feel bad, but also you kind of like them, and it gives you like a little bit of hope, which makes it worse, which makes it more painful in a way. Drakengard I very much respect for being like utterly and abjectly miserable to like an excessive degree. Nier kind of like it's easier to get attached, and it like has characters and emotions and positive emotions and shit that you actually care about, which makes the how dark it gets way more devastating. Like, I think Drakengard is objectively more miserable and worse in that, like, worse in, like, how things turn out and, like, what happens. But it kind of doesn't hit as hard because it's like so miserable that you become numb to it. Nier gives you enough happiness and joy and, like, shit to, like, actually care about that it almost makes it hurt worse when the bad things happen. All you know about Nier is that you can explode 9S shorts, so then you don't know anything about Nier, because I'm not talking about Automata, I'm talking about Nier. I'm talking about the first one, not the sequel. I will not stand for Nier erasure. Ever since Automata came out, that's the only one anybody cares about because they're weak. Every dot on this map is a location. That's a lot of locations. I'm gonna guess over 100. I'm gonna guess 100, between 150 and 200. Yeah, you gotta be specific, because Nier is a good... Nier, I think, is better than Automata. Nier, I think, is a better game than Nier Automata. I think Nier Automata is way more fun to play because Platinum made it. Nier Automata is, like, actually fun to play, but I don't think you play those games for the gameplay. I think you play those games for the story and the atmosphere, and I think Nier, the OG Nier, has better story and atmosphere than Automata. You play those games for different reasons. And also, the best things in Nier Automata are, like, recycled from the original Nier. But nobody played that one. I guess the way I would say it is, like, Nier Automata is, like, actually, like, a fun game to play, but it's still not as good as other character action games. The stuff that is unique to Nier, I think, is a little bit worse in Automata. They improve the combat and things like that, but, like, it's still not as good as other action games. Whereas the stuff that Yoko Taro's games excel at, like the story and the atmosphere and all that shit, is, like, not as good in Automata. It's still really good, but I think it's kind of, like, a little bit... I don't know. I think it doesn't work as well when the game is fun to play. Weirdly enough, I think Nier Automata being like a competent, like well-made action game kind of makes it worse. I don't know if that's like a crazy thing to say, but I think it might be true. I think that those games kind of need to be not fun to play for them to have their full effect. As weird as that might sound. Now that I'm like I'm like thinking through this like live in real time. Like kind of in the same way that like you can't give Silent Hill like good combat. I don't think that you can. I don't know if you can give those. You can make those games fun. I think it kind of defeats the purpose. Like I think like because I'm thinking about it now. Like Drakengard was a horrible slog and it sucked to play. But I think if it was a good game that I enjoyed playing, I don't think it would be as effective. I think it would be a worse game if they made the gameplay more fun. In all honesty. If they made if they made Drakengard into a fun game, I think it would be worse. Am I cherrying a pie right now? What up, fist fight delight? Can I just... I don't know. I was about to say, can I just call you fist fight or just fist or something shorter? I think I'm probably just gonna say the whole name every time. That probably... I don't know if I could just stop short on that one. I also don't know how one would cherry a pie. I'm not really sure. I guess if you were smoking it. But other than that... Higher than 250? Hold on, let me look at this map again. I didn't zoom in at all. I don't know. I guess I'll go with 300. I don't know. It really doesn't seem like that many to me. But I guess it must be. You take the cherry pie, and the pie is cherry. The pie you guess. Alright. I'll take your... You know what? I'll take your word for it. I'm not about to call you a liar, so... I guess I'll take your word for it. Wait a minute. There's no way it's that many. Are there? They can't all be shown on this image, right? The dots are locations, but there's more locations than are pictured, right? I refuse to believe that there's over 1,000 dots in this picture. I think I may have been tricked. I think I may have been misled. I don't believe that. I simply don't believe that. Anyway, we're working on a nice little A nice little cozy cabin image, which will be used for unnamed projects that I'm working on. Which I cannot reveal my plans, otherwise the haters will try to stop me. Do I need to be doing that? Should I be like explaining what I'm working on every once in a while? Especially if new people make their presence known. Is that what a good streamer would do? What would a good streamer do? I'm not really sure. I don't know. I'm gonna look at it one more time. I'm gonna look at the image one more time. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't think I would actually put a doily down though. I think if I'm imagining this as a real place that I own and operate, I don't think I'm not really doily coded. That might be a little bit too old lady for me. Look, I don't know. I'm not about to go and hand count all of them, but I think I might have to. I think I might have to. I don't know. I feel like I just came to a new understanding about Yoko Taro's games, and maybe video games in general, that I wasn't really thinking about before. I mean, I guess I have been thinking about it, but I just had a realization. I also just made like a very loud, like, I don't know if the mic is picking. I made like a really weird, like, wet, clicky noise with my mouth. I hope that wasn't too distressing to the audience. I hope that didn't disturb you too much. I mean, I guess I have always kind of thought about that before, of like, I'm doing some very dumb shit right now, but it's gonna work, I promise. It's gonna work, I promise. Like, I've always been kind of the opinion that, like, a game doesn't need to be fun. Like, games don't need to be fun. I feel like if you're gonna accept games as, like, a form of artistic expression, which they are, they don't need to be fun. But you've gotta, like... I don't know, you've got to think about that very carefully. And you've got to like you've got to innovate. You've got to like really think about what your gameplay is going to be if it's not supposed to be fun. If you're making a game that's not supposed to be fun, you got to like really think about how it actually plays. Like, again, to go back to Drakengard, like, it is like an action, like, Musa, like, dragon, or not dragon, Dynasty Warriors type game. So you play that and you're like, yeah, this should be fun. But it's not supposed to be fun. So it kind of sets you up for disappointment in that way. Like, you have to... I don't know, you gotta be really... You gotta be really careful about what you have to actually, like, really think about it. Come on. I'm trying to do... I'm not... No, we're not doing this anymore. I'm done. We're not doing this anymore. I'm moving on. I don't want to get... I don't want to look at dots and guess how many there are. No, I'm not gonna click the link. You can't make me. You literally can't make me. I refuse. Alright, fine. I'll click the link. But alright. 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 I don't know. This is like really kind of I'm getting I'm getting fired up again about video games. I'm thinking about them again. I'm thinking about video games again. Very deeply. There's so much unrealized potential in the medium. That's like that's my new challenge. That's my new goal. That's my new goal. How do you make a video game that is designed to be not fun to play and an objectively unpleasant experience, yet still engaging enough that people want to see it through to the end? Because whenever that happens, people always assume that it's the fault of the developer or that it's like an objective flaw. They never treat it as like an artistic statement. Like you have movies and you have books and you have music and stuff like that where it's like designed to be off-putting and like unpleasant. And people just sort of accept that as, yeah, that kind of thing can exist. We need to push that forward in the video game lexicon. We need to advance unpleasant, unenjoyable experiences. I need to do something like that. I need to create something like that, but I don't know how. I guess maybe that's not even really the point. I guess maybe that's not even really the actual objective. I guess it doesn't really matter if people finish it. They just need to be intrigued enough to check it out. Because again, if you make like a movie that's designed to be fucked up and like unpalatable, you don't really care if people finish watching it. You just care if they're interested enough to start watching it. I don't know. This is a real deep question. I didn't think I was gonna hit on something like this tonight, but hold on, I have to turn the music up. I keep adjusting the volume of the music in my own ears. I don't know. I was kind of thinking before too about the aesthetic, the image that I project. I do kind of find music like this cozy. I don't really know how to describe it. I guess I don't really separate the two in my mind. Maybe that's what I need. I need to try to marry the two ideas in my brain. I mean, I know that they've been around, but they aren't nearly as prevalent as they need to be. I do need to play Pathologic at some point, though. Yeah, I know Pathologic 3 just came out. Is it good? People like it? That's good. I do have to check out Pathologic in some way. I'm very interested in The Void as well. I know that's another game that they made. I don't know why, but I'm almost more interested in playing The Void. It sounds way weirder and like way more interesting to me. I don't know why. I'm not talking, I don't mean, it doesn't need to be mainstream. It just needs to be like, It needs to be more readily available as an option, I guess. It doesn't need to be mainstream, but it does need to be not weird. Or like it needs to be more accepted in terms of type of game. Pain needs to become a genre. This is completely different from what I'm talking about. This is not at all what I mean. How much of this is left? I think we're on the last song, but it's a long one. Yeah, this is the last song, but it's we've still got 10 minutes. We've still got 10 minutes of this. I really hope I get to have a big bookshelf like this one that with a bunch of books on it. I mean, I already do have a bookshelf with a bunch of books on it, but one day I'll have my big library. I don't even need a big library. I think this would be enough. I'm gonna turn off the sketch, I think, because it's kind of fucking me up now. These are probably off, but it's alright. Oh man, we haven't even hit 3 hours yet. I know they do. They really do slow time. I was just about to say that. Time is really slowed down in this part of the stream. Oh my god. What a picture. I did read it in your voice. I did. You had ice cream today for the first time? Played pickleball? I've never played pickleball, but I'm not 65 years old, so I haven't played pickleball yet, but I also had ice cream today. I had an affogato. I said that really fucked up. But I made some affogato. It was good. It is really good, and it's not like super hard to make or anything. I do have an espresso machine, but I don't really use it. I usually use the little, I mean, I guess that is what it's called, the mocha pot, but yeah, I have one of those. I'm so mad. I don't even want to get into it. I just got really pissed off. I'm not gonna get into it because it's not worth it. But oh, I'm so upset. You might have ice cream. You should. Ice cream is good. You're almost done cutting out the gurney. I hope you can accomplish your reward yourself with some ice cream if you can do that. Named after the Yemeni city of Mocha, it was popularized by Italian aluminum vendor Alfonso Bialetti and his son Renato, starting from 1933. It quickly became one of the staples of Italian culture. Bialetti Industries continues to produce the original model under the trade name Mocha Express. Interesting. Just because a guy wanted to sell more aluminum and drink more espresso. I think it might actually be the other way around. I think probably Alfonso just really wanted to make a lot of espresso, and he was like, you know what? I have plenty of aluminum lying around. I think we can expedite this process. You also just missed an entire rant that I went on a very deep thought-induced rant about video games and mechanics and things like that you got here just as it was ending. Apparently affogato means drowned. I did not know that. The full proper name is Affogato al Café. This is like the only thing this screenshot is like the only thing I know about Morrowind. Whenever I think of Morrowind, that's the image that I get in my mind. Is that screenshot of that place slash type of environment. Anyway, picture our new goal as a studio is we have to make video games that aren't fun. Or we at least have to make one video game that isn't fun. We have to make one video game that specifically is designed to not be fun. It's more than that, but that's the gist of it. Why exactly? You gotta watch the VOD. Yeah, I'm sorry. You gotta go watch the VOD. Starting maybe like, I don't know, 45 minutes ago, half an hour ago. Look, I went through the whole process in my mind. Okay, see, look in the bottom left corner of your screen. Why do we have to make a video game that's not fun? Because I like to listen to Swans. Because I'm a fan of the band Swans. That's why. That's the main reason why. Yeah. Shout out Pig Bones. Exactly. See, I knew you'd understand. I knew you'd get it. Ow. Anyway, I do have to get up and take a break. Stop using that emote. Do I have to take that one away? I don't like that you're just using that one out of context. Oh my god. Never mind. That's all of them. Is this the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, this is what I'm thinking of. This is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, because I'm still talking. Because I didn't get up yet. I'm thinking. Oh my god. This is what I'm talking about. This is the type of person that I'm talking about. Can't go for 2 seconds. Can't go for 2 seconds without auditory stimulation. God damn it. Actually, that does remind me, though. Or I guess doesn't remind me, but does inspire me. It inspires me to take a longer break than I thought I was going to. It inspires me to leave forever and never speak to you ever again. I'm gonna throw up. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Alright. I have returned. I am back. Ugh. I guess maybe I was really tired. Oh, I guess maybe I was really tired. I don't know. Oh. I spoke too soon earlier. That's my eternal curse. I mean, I guess that's everybody's eternal curse. That's like... That's the universal truth. Taunt to get bodied. Oh, that was a new noise. Oh. I don't think that the microphone picked up the subtleties of that. But I just cracked my joints, my elbow. That was like a new sound that it made. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. I'm probably going to have to get that checked out at some point. I don't think that was a good thing that just happened. I guess it doesn't really count as taunting, though, does it? I mean, me thinking that I'm like... Me having any amount of confidence or, like, positive outlook on the future, does that count as taunting? Am I taunting God? Am I taunting the devil? I don't know if it really qualifies. It feels like it kind of has the same effect, though. It feels like it kind of falls into the same category. It does always seem to end with me getting bodied, so... I guess it's effectively the same. I guess it's all effectively the same when I really think about it. It's done? Oh. Yeah, I could see why that took a while to get cut out. Maybe not that long. I don't know. Maybe not as long as it took, but I could see why that would take a while. That seems like a really unpleasant gurney. As unpleasant as it is to like go to the hospital and like get medical shit done to you in the present day and age, imagine how much worse it used to be. Like, as unpleasant as medical things are in the present day, imagine how much worse they used to be. Now they're bad because, like, doctors are evil and they want to kill you. Back then it was bad because they had less of an idea of what they were doing and they kind of were just guessing. And everything was made out of hard metal. Hello, Bedman. Please don't slobber everywhere. Please don't do that. I like to imagine, I've said this before, I like to imagine that the stream is kind of like me inviting you into my little enclosure. Inviting you into my domicile. Hang out and just chill. I think if I did that and you started slobbering everywhere, I would probably not be too pleased. I would probably not be too happy about that. I think drooling everywhere is, I don't know, that's not really any better. I am kind of done with the Elder Scrolls. Look, I'm trying to entertain it as much as I can, but I can only do it for so long. I can only do it for so long. I feel like I have like a, I don't know. It has like a reverse, I'm experiencing like reverse tolerance. I don't really know how to explain it. I feel like the more I get exposed to it, the less tolerant I become. It's like an inverse relationship to how you would expect tolerance to work. You've got ice cream? What kind? Salivating, again, it's just the same thing, but maybe slower? I don't know. Salivating and drooling are basically the same thing. Slobbering is similar, but I guess accelerated. It implies a greater quantity of saliva. All right, there we go. Now you're just spitting on me. Okay, that's expected. That's fine. I guess that's the logical conclusion here. Ben and Jerry's half-baked? Ooh. That's a good ice cream to have. That's one of my favorites. I'm quite partial to, I like the strawberry cheesecake from Ben and Jerry's, and I really like milk and cookies. That's another really good one. I love Ben and Jerry's ice cream. I think Ben and Jerry's is what has inspired my deal hunting sensibilities. I'm always on the lookout for coupons and deals and sales, and I think Ben and Jerry's is like a big reason for that. Because there's absolutely, you can't buy that shit full price. Absolutely no way. You gotta wait for some kind of sale. Buy one, get one free? Oh my goodness. That's when you gotta do it. No, don't be slapped. Come on, look. Would you slap this face? Look at this face. Would you slap this? Absolutely no way. I see it. You can't hide it from me. I see it. Absolutely yes way. What the fuck? I feel like this kind of needs like a line of bricks as well. It. I see it. This is kind of what I'm talking about. I don't know. Is it possible to be for me to be like a weird sicko freak and also comfy and cozy at the same time? I don't know. I don't know if I can do both. Maybe I just have to accept it though. Maybe I just have to accept that the alk aesthetic is no aesthetic. The mix is no mix. You never know what you're gonna get. I guess that does kind of like I don't know. I guess that does kind of work. I guess that does kind of fit. Because I've always sort of like thought of myself in that way, where it's like, I don't know, it doesn't feel right to like define yourself so rigidly. To like be one type of thing, you know? I've never really vibed with that idea. So I guess that kind of makes sense. On multiple levels, I suppose. On multiple different levels. Oh no, I don't want to fight. I'm not trying to fight. Oh god. I give up. I surrender. I don't want to fight. I actually really don't want to fight. Really good ice cream? I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad you're enjoying. I gotta... Oh, what is it? I think it's Chubby Hubby. I gotta give a shout out to Ben and Jerry's Chubby Hubby. Also a great flavor. Yeah, it's got the chocolate covered peanut butter filled pretzels. Like, come on. How do you beat that? How do you beat that? Do I have a drink? I have some whiskey. I meant to refill my water glass, but I forgot to bring it with me. So all I have to survive the cold, cruel night is whiskey. I'd lose. You really? You're just gonna give it to the bitter and right like that? I don't even put up a fight. I just lose automatically. Can you have a sip? Are you sure you want a sip? Do you want to sip because do you want to sip because you actually want to drink it, or do you want to sip because it's from the same glass that I drank from? That's the question. I don't know. I think you got to go get some water then. I think you got to go get your own drink. Well, yeah, but all right. I guess you're right. I guess I did surrender. I don't know. I don't want to come across as so pathetic, but I guess it just happens naturally. It just comes to me so naturally. So then you do want it just because I drank out of it. That's what I'm getting out of that. Water gives you heartburn? That doesn't sound right. Actually, yeah, no, because it would. Sorry, I'm thinking here. I had to think for a moment. I normally try to avoid that, especially while I'm streaming, but no, that can't. That's not part of the aesthetic. I think me being someone who doesn't really think is. I don't think I can make that part of the aesthetic. It's more that I think way too much. It's more that I overthink than that I underthink. Like right now. I'm becoming lost in thought. I'm gonna thicken up this outline a little bit. Outline's not thick enough. Here we go. I don't know. I'm liking it so far. Can you have like environment dysphoria? I want to be in this cozy. I want to be in this cozy little cabin so badly, but I'm not. Ugh. Gotta take my glasses off for a second. All right. Do the accent again? What accent? What are you talking about? What accent do you mean? Was I just doing an accent? I don't think I was. The little Australian one I did for once. I did I? If I did it, I didn't do it consciously. What did I say? That might have been just me talking weird. I don't know if that was even an accent. All right. You mean like that? Is that what I said? Now go full accent? I don't want to. I don't want to do that right now. I didn't even mean to do it for a little bit. I don't know. I feel like I'm making negative progress. I feel like I'm backsliding in certain areas. I feel like I really don't like my voice lately. I feel like I really don't like anything about myself lately, to be honest. I think I'm backsliding in just about every category. I'm in a very, I don't know, very negative state of mind. The song has some nice rain sounds in it. Maybe I'll make a frozen pizza tonight. I don't know. Even my after stream meals have not been exciting me that much, which is not a good sign. That's usually the highlight of my week. The highlight of my week is the stuff that I decide to cook up at 2 in the morning after I'm done streaming. But even that hasn't been enough lately. Concerning, is it? It shouldn't be. Don't worry about that. No, don't. I just said don't do that. No, that's not what that means. That's absolutely not what that means. I mean, that is something I think about a lot too. I mean, I know I'm very open and honest about shit on the stream because I've just kind of like developed that, I don't know, that way of talking or that way of thinking or whatever, but I genuinely don't want people to like be, I don't know, concerned about me. I want the stream to be a source of enjoyment and relaxation, not a concern. You're relaxed but concerned on the side, but still, don't be even concerned on the side. Don't be concerned at all. You're having steak, which is relaxing, and you have ketchup in the fridge. You're not going to use it, but it's still okay. I think I get it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't get it. I wish I got it, but I don't know if I do. You love giving characters overly obtuse modes of typing. Can I get an example? Can I get an example? Can we get a preview? A little drop of what you mean by that? Could really go for some cherry pie right about now. He's sitting next to Luffy at the bar. What up, Seamus? I don't remember what they were eating during the famous scene, to be honest with you. That's one of my major Black Marks is a One Piece fan. Was it cherry pie? Okay. But what was the drink? I think it was Blackbeard loved the pie and Luffy hated it. And Luffy loved the drink and Blackbeard hated it, but I don't remember what was what. Because I'm a fake fan. What's happening now? What's going on over there? You drench your steak in ketchup? No! A terrible presence looms overhead, keeping a tireless watch. Inside a crooked tower, a crooked king ponders, yet now the earth cracks and spirits pour forth. Woe, for they obtenebrate all. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I wouldn't really consider that overly obtuse. Although I don't know what the word obtenebrate means. The tenebra is like darkness, so maybe it's like to occlude or like to shroud in darkness. To darken, obscure, or cast a shadow over something. I read books. I know words. Oh, it's in code? Okay. Fuck ICE and fuck Nazis. Are Nazis getting involved? I don't know. Pictures going to a protest. I don't know. Apparently shit's popping off. Capital letters are all that matter? That's what I figured. That is the most basic cipher that you could, or the most basic code that you could implement. I don't know what he's protesting. I don't actually know what he's protesting. I made a joke that he was protesting the fact that ICE hasn't killed enough people, and he agreed. So I guess as far as the stream is concerned, that's what he's going to protest. I guess he's going to protest the fact that they're not killing enough people. I don't know. I don't know if that proves that you're not respectable, but I think all that proves is that I'm not respectable. I don't think it proves that you're not respectable. I think it just means in the hierarchy, I'm still at the bottom. I would have sneezed. Oh, I tried to mute myself, but I wasn't able to do it fast enough. Girthy sneeze? That's why I have to make sure to mute myself whenever I sneeze. I have very loud, aggressive sneezes. There's nothing girly or demure about them. There's nothing really girly or demure about me in general, so I should probably just mute myself forever. If that's the image I'm trying to cultivate. Also, that did not happen. I was not beaten in a Dark Souls 1v1. I never really got into Dark Souls PvP, so I'm not saying I would win, but this is not a thing that happened. No, you know what? I am saying I would win. I would win in a Dark Souls 1v1. I gotta remember to be confident. I gotta remember to be confident. I would win. You could make it a different basic cipher? I mean, you don't have to. It doesn't really matter. I mean, the PvP in all the games is bad. It's not good. I don't really respect anybody who cares about PvP in these games. They're all bad. I thought Dark Souls 2 PvP was supposed to be good. That's why everybody thinks that game is good, right? This is a concerning trend that I've noticed. This is a concerning trend that I've noticed with a lot of people lately. People are starting to say that Dark Souls 2 is good. No, that's what I'm saying. People are starting to say Dark Souls 2 is good, and I've seen a lot of people saying that Dark Souls 2 is the best one lately. And I will not accept this. This is revisionist history. Dark Souls 2 sucks, and everybody knew that when the game came out. It's only fucking like a decade later that the cowards who were not able to say it in the moment, the fucking people who don't know what they're talking about, are able to crawl out of the woodwork like the termites they are to say, actually, Dark Souls 2 is the best one. No, it's not. It's bad. Demon Souls is the best one. I need to play through Demon Souls on the channel soon so that I can figure out if I really believe this. But I'm kind of the opinion that Demon Souls was the best one. With Dark Souls Original, Dark Souls Classic being a close second. I don't know. I need to play Dark Souls, and I need to play Demon Souls back to back. I honestly feel like Demon Souls might be the best one. I think it might be the best. Dark Souls could be the best, but I don't know. Bloodborne is my favorite, but it's too different for me to really compare it. Bloodborne is my personal favorite, but I don't know. I don't know if I can really count that. It doesn't have souls in the name, so it doesn't count. Bloodborne doesn't have souls in the name, so it's not a Souls game. It's a different thing. I sound so passionate and lively. I took positivity out of the stream categories. It's not one of the tags anymore. This isn't a positivity stream anymore. But yeah, as I was saying, I gotta be confident. I gotta be confident, and I have to be cocky so that it's inevitably more humiliating when I lose. I need to remember that. I can't just give up right out of the gate. If you give up initially, then it doesn't really work. I have to remain cocky and confident so that when I inevitably fuck up and lose, it's more humiliating. Another simple code? I would just say you gotta think about how much of this code matters to the story. Is it something like, is there going to be like a big reveal when somebody figures it out, or is that not going to happen? Because if it's meant to be like a big reveal, then it deserves to be more complicated. But if it doesn't really matter, then it doesn't really matter, you know? Stretch? I probably should stretch. Okay. It's just how someone talks? I don't know then. I don't know then. No, I just did it because I thought it was a good idea of my own accord. The sound of little girls whimpering for... Come on. I don't think anything about me projects that kind of aura, but I don't know. I think you're just saying that to fuck with me. Oh yeah, I was also meaning to ask, but I forgot to ask yesterday. Did something, like, major happen in Kagurabachi lately? I've been getting... I don't know what I watched, but I've been getting, like, manga review channels recommended to me on YouTube lately. And I feel like I've seen a lot of Kagurabachi videos with very dramatic titles. So it makes me think that there's been like a major event or like a major turning point lately, and I'm curious. I am worried about it. It ended in the recent chapter. That makes me think something major did happen. Do you read this too, Bedman? Why are you spamming this? I guess something did happen. My initial gut reaction on the very vague things that I saw is that, like, the main character died or something. Don't confirm or deny that, because I'm not sure. But I feel like something of that magnitude happened, where, like, the main character got owned and, like, died. And now the story is gonna, like, be about something else. But I'm not really sure. No, see, that's what I'm talking about. How much it matters to the story. How much it matters to the story is a frivolous aesthetic. There's no such thing as a frivolous aesthetic. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean when I ask that question. How much does it matter to the story? There's no such thing as... The aesthetic is the story. That's what I'm trying to get at here. How much does it matter? Is that the story? Or is it not? You had your Shibuya arc? I don't know what the Shibuya arc is. Stop talking about JJK. Why does everybody care about JJK? I don't understand why it... I don't know. It's so bad. It's so bad. You can't make me care. No, I'm not giving you my hand. I'm too vulnerable right now. I can't do that. But yeah, that's what the aesthetic is the story. There's no such thing as an extraneous detail. The extraneous detail, whatever you define as an extraneous detail, is what makes your story good. That's the most important part. And I mean that unironically. The nitty-gritty details are what make things good. That's what makes the story what it is. I don't know. I guess that's the question that I'm asking. When you say it's just how someone talks, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? You're already trying to think of other codes. So, I feel like it's probably pretty important. You got to ask yourself that question. How deep does it go? How deep does it go for you personally? And then a bad JJK take? You know what? I'm just gonna get up. I'm gonna let you sit in silence. I tried. I really tried to like it. I gave it an honest shot. It's bad. It's not good. No, I tried to like. I tried to understand, but I actually just straight up don't get it. I straight up don't understand why people like JJK. There's even another meme going around. It's like the guy like he's like flipping his hair back while he like smacks somebody in the background. I'm seeing the meme. It's like another JJK meme and I'm like, why do people still care about this? There's like nothing good about it. Nothing about it is good. I don't understand. I guess it's just got to be like 15-year-olds. I guess it's just got to be like 15-year-olds or like people who've never done anything, I suppose. I was about to say people who've never watched anime before, but I feel like I don't know, if you're like a huge fan of JJK, you've never done anything. You've never watched anime, you've never read a book, you've never seen a movie, you've never played a video game. Like, I don't know. The only person I can imagine like legitimately enjoying JJK and thinking that it's like honestly good is like somebody who's never, I don't know, somebody who's 15 years old and has never done anything. They've never experienced any form of media in their entire life. They've never seen or done anything. That's all I can I don't know. I can't make sense of it otherwise. He's just like me? Why? You know what? Don't answer that question. I don't want to know. I don't want to know the answer to that question. how deep does it go for you personally? I don't know. I was gonna say, I feel like I've been kind of on a very... I've been on a very horny mind in the gutter kind of streak lately. I never would have interpreted that as being suggestive. I think maybe I broke out of it this stream. I'm not sure. I think maybe I broke out of it this stream. I've shed the horniness. I'm no longer fixated on that. Until I start talking about it, then maybe it returns. I don't know. CEO of misogyny? I'm not misogynist, I'm just self-hating. Which I guess if I think of myself as a woman, then that does make me misogynist. I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's very complicated. Also, why do you assume that me being horny is automatically why does it have to be frustrated? Why do you automatically assume it counts as sexual frustration? Is it? Is it what? Because I don't know. I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know. That's the issue. I think I might have to, I don't know. I'm gonna try to pretend to do artwork. I don't think I can. Not knowing frustrate me. I mean, a little bit. We're going back to Ape Escape tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be the final Ape Escape stream. Well, the final Ape Escape 1 stream. I definitely want to play the other Ape Escape games. I definitely want to play more Ape Escape. Give me a meatball. Get floppiest spaghetti. What does that mean? I mean, I do kind of want a meatball though. I can't resist. I can't resist a meatball. Don't call me a meatball. Don't call me a meatball. That might be too cute. I'm not sure. I don't know. I kind of consider that. I kind of consider that a very cute thing to do. I'm not sure though. I think food-based nicknames are really adorable. Those definitely get to me, but I'm not really sure. I don't know. I remind you so much of Gege. Why? Me at ball? What do you do at ball? I'm a Dairy Queen French fry? I don't know what Dairy Queen French fries are like, to be honest with you. The Dairy Queen by me when I was growing up was only ice cream. I remember I went on vacation, I think to Rhode Island once. We had like a stop, we had like a layover on our drive. Probably to Cape Cod or something. And that was like the when I discovered that Dairy Queen had food. The Dairy Queen that I grew up by and lived most of my life by only had ice cream. I didn't really know that Dairy Queen had food. They have food around here, but I've never gotten it. So I don't really know. I don't really know what Dairy Queen French fries are like. I think honestly though, the Blizzard from Dairy Queen is maybe my favorite ice cream. Maybe even more than Ben& Jerry's. The Blizzard is top tier. It's SS plus tier. I like food-based nicknames, but get mad when you call me. Have you called me Cunny? I don't think you have. I also don't think I count. I don't think I count as that. I'm probably way too old and also don't have one. I don't think you've ever called me that, but if you did, it would be inaccurate. I'm a cute little baby carrot. Why do you say carrot? I don't know. There's maybe too many adjectives there. Cute little baby is doing most of the heavy lifting. Why a carrot? Cause I'm pointy? I guess. Gender dysphoric, self-defeatist, idealist, or I mean, I can't really. I can't really disagree with that. You've never called me that? Kinetic? Oh, God. I still remember that. I think that was the first chat message that Seamus ever sent. It was something along those lines. I was playing Clock Tower 3, and I believe I made the name of the stream Cock Lover, because that's a really funny name for a stream. And I believe the first message ever sent by Seamus was, "Whoa, a cock-loving lolly," or something like that. Very similar. In spiritually, that's what it was. Which I can only imagine that was what was said about me before my voice was heard. That was just the initial impression off the rip. That's not the impression that I was trying to give, but I mean, I think you were wrong. At least partially. Part of that was incorrect. Milk Alulia. Excuse me? I didn't make anybody say that. I remember the first message Seamus ever sent specifically. I remember the first stream that Bedman ever joined. I remember the first stream that Grinner ever joined. I remember when Churl joined for the first time. I remember when Miko joined for the first time. I remember most of the first timers. I remember most of the first time messages. I don't remember when Minty first joined. Unfortunately. I don't know why. I feel like I wanted to say it was a Katamari stream, but apparently I was wrong. I said that and apparently I was wrong. That's the first one I remember. I remember it being me playing We Love Katamari, specifically the sumo stage, but apparently I'm wrong about that. What was your first stream appearance? It was Crypt Underworlds. Because I remember I was I was streaming it, and I think it was one of those streams where nobody said anything at the beginning, and you were like the first person to say something in the chat. And I was like, oh, are you a big Crypt Underworlds fan? And you were like, I have no idea what this game is. Your first message? I don't remember what it was specifically. I think it might have been hell yeah. I think you said something along the lines of hell yeah. Because I was like, oh, are you a big fan? And you were like, I have no idea what this game is. Remember when Seamus almost got wrecked by the icicle? I don't remember that. Mithy joined during that thing? What thing? What was the thing? Shut up. I mean, I still... Do I not piss a lot anymore? I think that probably says a lot about me, is I get very excited when I see somebody say something in the chat. I get very excited when I see somebody new say something in the chat. That's probably why I remember it. At least since the resurgence. Since the comeback, I remember. Like a real... How is that like a puppy? What do you mean by that? I think you're stretching the definitions here. You just get excited and piss? Shut up. That is top tier puppy, but what do you mean? Is it? Oh no. Did I walk into another trap? Oh no. Have I never had a puppy? I've never had a puppy. I've never owned a dog. I'm scared of dogs. We've talked about this. I'm scared of dogs. I don't want to own one. No, the only bad trip I had was solo. And you were not there for that one. My clicker trainings? Shut up. That's not real. I mean, I didn't say that I didn't say I liked them. I said I thought they were No, that one doesn't count. Stinky cheese doesn't count. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the McChicken for which it stands. One patty under lettuce with french fries and Diet Coke for sides. How's it go? Did you play more Deadlock, Minty? How'd it go? Maggot cheese? More like... You know. You know. Don't pussy out, be confident. I don't want to get banned, though. If I had 100% guarantee I wouldn't get in trouble, then I would say it, but I don't want to get banned. I haven't had a McChicken in a while. How long has it been since I talked about the McGangbang? Do I need to spread the good word of the McGangbang again? Not long enough? Damn. Don't try your blade at me. You did and you lost again? You weren't the lowest on his souls and the Billy sent you a thank you and you gave him your page buff? I've actually never played Paige. I have Paige in my queue every single time I play a match, and I've never gotten her. I've never actually played Paige, so I can't really offer any advice there. I have played Billy, though. Billy's very fun. I think he might be one of my favorite characters. He's really fun to play. I was about to say, I don't. I feel like Minty's first message was during a Katamari stream, but I was told that that's not correct. But maybe I was wrong. I don't know. I was talking about how I remembered what most of the chatters' first messages were. Most of the regulars when they joined the stream, but I couldn't remember yours. I did not say that. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. And don't ask about the council. You're not allowed to ask about the council. I've already said too much about them. I don't know. I've said before. I feel like the first message that Minty ever sent in the chat was during a We Love Katamari stream. Specifically during the sumo level. But apparently I feel like you've said that I'm wrong about that, but I don't know. That's my recollection. That's my recollection of the past. But apparently I was wrong. The Firefly level? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Someone's gonna have to go back and check the tapes. It's on the record. It's definitely on the record somewhere. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the McGangbang. This is the hidden technology for McDonald's they don't want you to know. You order a McChicken and a McDouble. And you combine them into a triple layer sandwich. You take a McChicken and a McDouble and you combine them to create a 3-layer burger chicken sandwich combination. And it's incredible. That's the McGangbang. Some people will say that you put fries onto it as well, but I don't personally do that. I've heard some people say that you gotta put fries into the sandwich too, but I feel like that's a bit too much. I think I probably could have guessed what the next message was gonna be. I didn't get an opportunity to do it, but I think that I probably could have. Hindsight is 2020. But knowing that it was gonna be penis, I think I probably could have guessed that. I'm just saying, try it for yourself. It's greater than the sum of its parts. It's greater than the sum of its parts. Guess your next message? Alright. I'm closing my eyes. As I'm saying this, I'm closing my eyes. Send your next message, and I'll guess what it's gonna be, so that we're not tainting the results here. I can't see what you're saying, but you have to send your next message while I am delivering this speech. If you send your message after I'm done talking, then it doesn't count. It's got to be somewhere within this period. You have 10 more seconds to send your next message. My eyes are still closed. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's gonna be something involving vomiting. I'm gonna say you're gonna vomit or do some sort of other gross action. All right, that's my guess, and I'm opening my eyes now. Oh, you just mashed on the keyboard. Okay. I was incorrect. I was not correct. It does say, I was about, before you pointed it out, I did notice that it said Stinkmilia. That is true. It was letter vomit. You did feel like saying vomit stuff? I see. I don't know, are we getting too insular here? Are we getting too insular here? I worry about that sometimes. No, I don't want to get into I don't want this to be like I don't want this to be like the rest of the stream. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm cutting this off. What does insular mean? It means like self-referential. I don't want it to get too clicky, you know? I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I want people. What the fuck is that? Oh, okay. I see it. I don't want, like, I've talked about this before, but I guess it's been a long time since I've said it. I don't want the stream to have like too high of a barrier of entry. Like I watch a lot of other streams, or when I'm trying to browse for other streams to watch, I feel like they're hard to get into. They're too self-referential. And I don't really want that to happen to this stream. Is that a good body bag? I think so. I have maybe one critique. I don't know if do you actually want me to say anything? Do you want to go back and edit the body bag? Or not? If you don't actually want to go back and redo this, then I'm not going to say anything, but I have maybe one thing I could say. I think it feels a bit like, I think it needs to be like a little bit more relaxed. Like the way that the head and the feet are pointing, I feel like kind of reads to me as like an awake and alert person, whereas it's supposed to be a dead body. It doesn't feel. If you wanted to go back and edit the silhouette, I feel like it should be a little bit more slouchy. Or like a little bit more slumped against the background. But ultimately, it probably doesn't matter. You agree with me? Okay. Doing dumb, goofy participation activities like I can guess your next message is incredibly accessible entertainment? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. No, I don't mean clicker training. I do not mean clicker training. I don't know. That's my great worry. I feel like that's going to happen eventually. I feel like I'm locked into like a a dark path here. When it gets brought up every once in a while, it's okay. But when multiple people lock into it, it's hard to deal with. When people exploit when somebody exploits my submissive tendencies here and there every once in a while, it's okay. But I feel like if multiple people lock into it at the same time, that's when it becomes dangerous. If multiple people try to do it at the same time. It's never gonna happen. I'm never doing the cutest chatter tier list. It's never happening. I don't know. I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it, but I don't think Picture would win. I don't think Picture would win the cutest chatters tier list. I don't know what spot he would be in, but I don't think he would win. No, don't add it to the wiki. Who would? I'm not gonna answer that question. No, you're not gonna I'm not gonna answer that. I don't know. I don't think Picture would win purely because I think he might be the chatter that pisses me off the most. Just by virtue of being the closest to me on a personal level, I think he might piss me off the most. So I think that detracts from the cuteness factor quite a bit. Zumbo sauce? What do I say about that? Scary Blue? Huggy Wuggy? That's what I say. Choo choo chow. You know what I say to that? Clark. I need a Clark right now. Bambawina. I'm losing my mind. I know, I'm so upset. I really want to go see Riff Raff. I really want to go see Riff Raff. I really want to go see Audubon Sriracha. That's not stupid shit, though. I don't think you going to see Riff Raff in concert is stupid shit. I think that's what you need to be spending money on. I don't think that's stupid. I mean, in my personal estimation, I don't think that's stupid shit. Think about all the things that you spend money on. Think about all the things that you've bought, all the purchases you've made. Going to see Riff Raff is like... That's like almost necessary. That's like almost the wisest... That's like almost the wisest purchase you could make. I feel like he got canceled though. Yeah, the other one looks a little better. The more slouched one looks a little better. Really? I mean, I think so. Personally, I think so. But you gotta ask yourself that question. You have to ask yourself the very deep and important question of why do you earn money? What is money for? You have to answer that question for yourself. I can't do that for you, but I think personally, if I were going to ask myself that question, if I was given the option, I would say to myself, this is what my money is. This is why I made money. This is why I earn cash. So that I can do things like go see Riff Raff in concert. It's for the machine, but everything is part of the machine. I'd like to live in a world where we don't need to earn money, but unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. How long? I've almost been streaming for 5. I've been streaming for way too long. I'm rambling. I'm saying nonsense. I'm talking about stupid shit. Exactly. I don't know. That's a very personal question that you have to ask yourself. I can't tell you. I can't answer that question for you. You need a certain amount of money to just live and survive, but what do you do with the extra? You gotta ask yourself that question. That's like a very serious question you gotta ask yourself. You earn money so that you can enjoy your life. So how do you spend it? What are the ways that you can enjoy your life without spending money? And what are the ways that you can... What are the things that you need to spend money on to enjoy your life. I feel like concerts are like, I don't know, for me personally, I feel like going to see live music is pretty up there in terms of like shit that I'm willing to spend money on. I love going to concerts. I've never been to a live music show and regretted it or had a bad time. It's always been worth it, I guess. I've always enjoyed myself. But you gotta ask yourself that question. How much does it mean to you? How much does it mean to the story? What is this now? Oh, is is this a Chainsaw Man panel? It kind of feels like it is. It's not? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You said you shouldn't be spending money on stupid shit. I think sometimes you need to spend money on stupid shit. I don't know. I think maybe I kind of disagree. I think you do need to spend money on stupid shit. I think you in order to keep yourself sane, you do need to spend money on stupid shit. I think in order to survive, you actually maybe do need to spend money on stupid shit. If you take yourself 100% seriously 100% of the time, I think you die. I think you lose your soul. I think you become a Hylic at that point. I think doing and saying and believing in stupid shit is the essence of being a human. I think you actually do need to do stupid. You need to commit your soul to stupid shit every once in a while. To keep yourself honest. Why does this have... Why does this have 44 views? Why does a screenshot of me saying epic have 44 views? It's linked on the wiki? Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Am I allowed to take a break? I feel like there's very little stream left. I feel like there's very little stream that I have left in me. I kind of want to take a break and then come back, but I don't know how much. I don't know how much I actually have to offer after the break is over. I think it might be very little. Play Ape Escape now and wing it tomorrow? I'm definitely not gonna do that. That's definitely not gonna happen. I'm definitely not gonna do that. You know what? This is gonna be a personal challenge to me. I think I can do this. I think I can take a very short break. This is gonna be like a 2-minute break. I'll be back before the song is over. Alright, are you ready? I think I can do this. I think I can do this. Maybe not. I may be wrong, but I think I can do this. I believe. Personally, I believe. Shit. I didn't do it. I wasn't fast enough. Oh well. Yeah, this looks a little better. This looks a little better. Personally, I would kind of just like I would take the lower outline of the one on the gurney and I would kind of just like lessen it a little bit. Like I would still keep the same curve, but I would just kind of like cut it off a little bit earlier. Make it a little bit more homogeneous on the silhouette. In my opinion. But also feel free to disregard everything I say. But also feel free to disregard anything and everything I say because I'm a big dummy and I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh no, I think I have to end the stream. I think I have to end the stream. Like right now. I think I might be too drunk. I think it's too late. I'm too tired and I'm too drunk. Unfortunately. I think that might be what's happening right now. As much as I wish I had infinite stamina, I don't think I do. As much as I wish I could keep streaming forever, I don't think I can. I want to. Time to roll the random chatter for the fuck of fan? Don't say that. Now you are gonna get me to keep yapping for 500 million more hours. No, don't do a call to action for that. Don't, no, no. That's what I was talking about before. I don't know how to, like, I don't know. I don't know how to. Yeah. What the hell is that? I can't even see the details. It's obscured for me. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I want to be both, but I don't know how to be. I want to be a cozy bedtime comfort streamer, but I also want to evoke deep thoughts and talk about real shit and have honest conversations and explore the depths of the human psyche. And also, I want to be a fuckable little slut. But I don't really know how to join all of those things together. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if I can really be all of those little things at the same time. I don't know if I could be anything at all. I don't know. There's not gonna be. The only chat rules are the unwritten ones. You just have to figure it out. I guess maybe I have to accept that. I was saying before, I don't want there to be like a huge barrier of entry. I guess maybe like I think maybe there needs to be a huge barrier of entry. This is advanced. This is an advanced stream. I gotta be a host selectively. Stop saying that. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how to do that. Double black diamond. I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about wait, no, hold on. I've been thinking about making like vlogs and things like that. I feel like this is kind of a topic for that. I don't know. Good night. All right. Good night, Minty. I hope I'm not scaring you away. I don't want to scare anybody away. That's my problem. I don't want to scare anybody away. And I feel like all of the different things that I want to do are they're offensive to somebody. But maybe that's all right. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I need constant reassurance. Everybody's sleepy? Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sleepy too. But I'm fighting. I'm fighting the sleepiness. He literally just said, I'd rather sleep. Which I kind of would rather sleep. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not intentionally trying to scare away females from the stream. No, don't say that's not. Uh, I don't know. I really don't. I don't want that. Don't joke about that. I don't know. That is kind of how I. That is kind of how I feel lately. There's a Giles Corey song where one of the lyrics is one of the lines in the lyrics is, "I want to feel how I feel when I'm asleep." I've been sleeping a lot lately. I want to feel how I feel when I'm asleep. I want to feel how I feel when I'm asleep. Flash little ankle on a femboy subreddit. But I'm not a femboy. Stop misgendering me. You're committing hate crimes in the chat right now. I can't believe you would do this to me. If I was gonna do that, I would be lying to them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I do. I think I do have to stop the stream now. I don't know. I'm not in a very jokey mood all of a sudden. I'm not in a very jokey mood anymore all of a sudden. I don't know. I gotta stop the stream. I know. That's my advice to you. That's my advice to the chat. Never try to tell a joke. Never try to be funny. It's only gonna cause problems. It's only gonna cause problems for you. Don't ever do it. It'll fuck your life up. You ever try to tell a joke, it'll ruin you forever. Don't do that. It's not a good idea. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like my entire life is a joke. Sometimes I feel like my entire life is a joke. I don't know. I'm dooming now. I'm in the doomer mode. I'm spiraling. I'm losing my mind. I'm collapsing. Oh my god. I'm losing it. Oh god. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for watching. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed. I had fun. It was a good stream. I don't know. I feel like I need to apologize. I don't know. I feel like this is I feel like I have to apologize for this one. I don't know. I'm sorry. I apologize for the stream. I don't know. I'm all nervous. I'm all nervous now. I'm all scribbly. I'm like a scribbly little I'm a little scribble right now with little sweat drops flying off of it. That's how I feel. What is this song? This is two songs. Let Us Go Into the House of the Lord / Butterfly Sunday by Harold Budd from his album The Pavilion of Dreams, released in 1978. One of the greatest albums of all time. One of the greatest musicians of all time. Harold Budd. Fantastic ambient producer. I don't remember when I adopted this as the official end of stream song, but we've been doing this for years now. This has been the official closing ceremony song for years now. But yeah, Harold Budd is like one of the greats. And this song in particular, I have a fondness for. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Tomorrow we'll be back with more Ape Escape. We're gonna be finishing it. I don't think we might have other stuff to do as well. We'll see how long it takes. I imagine we'll get to other stuff. I don't know though. I imagine we'll get to more than just Ape Escape, but I don't know. I'm very grateful for everybody who chooses to hang out in these streams and watch and listen to me ramble incoherently for hours on end. Whoever so chooses to listen to me spout dumb bullshit for hours and hours. As I ramble about nothing at all. And desperately seek the approval of those around me. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed. I love you all. You are all wonderful people. And I will see you in the next one. Peace out.